Ah, I see. All track. I needed all track audio and screen in order for mumble to come up. Testing 1, 2, 3. Ah! Brilliant. Just... All right, here we go. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, that is totally not going to confuse me. Welcome to EmacsConf 2024, where we have fun exploring how we give a general overview and see what's... Don't feel limited. Welcome to EmacsConf 2024, where we have fun exploring how much we can do with a text editor. It's hard to give a general overview of all the cool talks today and tomorrow, so you can flip through the talks and see what sparks your interests. Don't feel limited.
awesome. I'm gonna see how this sounds. Don't you come my way. Fuck, dude, I'm getting off. Yeah, so do I, because I have all this stuff going on. It's awesome. I'm gonna see how this sounds.
Next, we have Saturday opening remarks. Welcome to EmacsConf 2024, where we have fun exploring how much we can do with a text editor. It's hard to give a general overview of all the cool talks today and tomorrow, so you can flip through the talks and see what sparks your interests. Don't feel limited to one track or another. The best parts of EmacsConf are the conversations. The wiki has a page on how to watch and participate, and I'll give you a quick overview as well. You can watch both streams at live.emacsconf.org using free and open source software. Using a streaming media player like MPV seems to be the best way to watch in terms of performance, but there are also web-based players just in case that's all you've got. The schedule shows the general track on top and the development track on the bottom, so you can see what else is going on. As you're watching the talks, you can refer to the schedule in another window. Hover over the boxes to see the times and titles, and click on the boxes in the schedule to jump to the talks page for more details. You can also get the schedule as an iCalendar file or as an org file in different time zones. Many talks will be followed by live Q&A web conferences with a speaker, which will be done in Big Blue Button or BBB. These are indicated with a solid border on the schedule and by Q&A BBB on the schedule page. You can join the web conference room by clicking on the BBB link on the schedule page or the talks webpage. Then you can ask your questions yourself when the Q&A starts. To improve performance, please keep your webcam off and stay muted until it's your turn to talk. If you don't like JavaScript, you can still ask questions via IRC, and the hosts can read them out for you. We're probably going to automatically switch between talks and Q&A sessions, so the transitions on the stream might be a little sudden. People in the Big Blue Button room can continue the conversation even after the talk moves off stream. And you can also reach out to the speakers using the contact information on the talk page. Other talks will have Q&A via Etherpad or IRC, depending on what the speakers prefer. This is indicated in the schedule with a dashed border and on the schedule page as well. As an experiment, the Q&A for the McClim talk this afternoon will also be in Lambda. If you'd like to try it out, see the McClim talk page for instructions so you can join the discussion there. The schedule pages and track pages have quick shortcuts so that you can find out more about talks, open the Etherpads, and join the Q&A sessions. The watch page has more tips on how to make the most of Q&A. If you can, please add notes and ask questions in the Etherpad for the talk. That makes it easier for everyone to share their notes, and speakers and hosts can read the questions from there. We'll copy the notes to the talk pages afterwards. We have one pad for each talk, so you can follow the links to get to the next one or go back to the schedule and get the link from there. If you have general feedback about the conference itself, please put it in pad.emacsconf.org/2024, which is linked in each pad. You can also use this as a general community message board for things like Help Wanted. Internet Relay Chat or IRC can be another great way to be part of lots of conversations. You can use chat.emacsconf.org to join the IRC channels through your web browser. The tabs on the left can help you switch between the different channels. There's EmacsConf Gen for the general track and EmacsConf Dev for the development track. If you need to reach us, you can join emacsconf-org or email emacsconf-org-private@gnu.org. You can use EmacsConf for hallway conversations. Of course, you can join any of these channels with your favorite IRC client by connecting to irc.libera.chat port 6697 using TLS. Once again, we're going to be streaming with open captions for most of the talks this year, thanks to our speakers and captioning volunteers. The caption talks are indicated on the schedule, and with any luck, we'll be posting transcripts and talk pages shortly after the talks start. If you need additional accommodations, please let us know in emacsconf.org, and we'll see if we can make things happen. If something goes down, we'll update status.emacsconf.org. If it doesn't look like we've noticed yet, please let us know in the emacsconf.org IRC channel, where we will be quietly panicking. In all of these conversations, please keep in mind our guidelines for conduct. You can find them on the wiki. They basically boil down to, please be nice. If all goes well, the pre-recorded talks and transcripts should be available from the talk pages shortly after they start playing, and we'll post the recordings of live talks and Q&A sessions within the next month or so. If you'd like to get an update, you can subscribe to the EmacsConf-Discuss mailing list. Alright, let's get going. Leo is hosting the general track and Carwin is hosting the development track. The other volunteers and I will run around mostly backstage, and you'll probably meet us in the closing remarks. That's also where we get to thank all the people and organizations who make EmacsConf possible. Thanks for coming to EmacsConf 2024. Next, we have Writing Academic Papers in Org Rome by Vincent Cones. He will answer questions via web conference. You can join using the URL from the talk page or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC.
Okay, hi everyone, my name is Vincent. I'm a PhD student in Nanzan University, Japan, and today I'm going to present to you how I'm using Org Notes and Org Rome to write academic papers. The slides I'm going to present here are available on the Git repository, so you can check them later if you want to. So firstly, what are we talking about here? So in general, it's possible if you have any org notes to export them as LaTeX, and given some extra configuration, it's possible basically to reproduce any LaTeX setup that you would use to create documents with an org file. So in my case, I'm using that system to take some notes that I have in my org Rome system and to export that into finished academic paper that you can submit eventually to a conference and so on. Actually, before I submit that proposal, after I submit that proposal, I just noticed that Mike Emmerich in last year EmacsConf made a very extensive presentation about org export. But in here, I just want to showcase my usage of org Rome and to present what are the configuration I'm using to be able to achieve that. Why I do that? So in general, like I said, I'm using that as part of my writing system. So in having a org Rome notes that can be exported as a document make for a great workflow, in my opinion. It makes the org even more versatile. So if you use that for maybe writing code in the literate programming, you're going to be also able to export that into any format you want. Like the org notes are very clean, so in my opinion, it looks better to work in org rather than editing LaTeX code directly. The centralized bibliography system is also great because it allows to have just a few notes that you can reference everywhere and have links to them. And of course, everything is happening inside of Emacs, so you have access to all the tools you are used to, like Magit or Projectile and whatnot. However, and to quote one of the funniest recent video about Emacs, so with LaTeX, I used to spend hours trying to get the image on the right page. Now I use org mode LaTeX and just accept it's impossible. And like all the jokes in that video, it lands in very well because like there is some truth to that. In that, with that system, you are not getting rid of the complexity of LaTeX. So if you have problems, you're still going to have to deal with the very long logs. It's a layer on top of LaTeX. So if you need to debug your configuration, or if you want to adjust something specific, you would need to be proficient in LaTeX and also in being very at ease with your Emacs configuration. The way to use the org export is less documented than using LaTeX. So if you want to implement something, probably it's going to be described in pure LaTeX, and then you're going to need to adjust that to make it work inside your org files. And I explained before that the bibliography system is great, but also it's very picky on the way it works, especially to be exported. And depending on the template you are using, you might run into issues with some packages that are in conflict. So there is that to be taken in mind. So in general, if you have a org note, you can simply export it with a Control-C, Control-E, and LO with the menu that appears. I can show that briefly. See Control-E. Then you have the menu. You can select L and O to export the file. And that works very well. In general, with that, you are able to deal with everything that you have in your normal org notes. Like if you have images, table, links, it's going to be exported in a way that looks decent. So that's what we are starting with. However, if you want to make a publication, if you have a template that you receive from a conference or whatnot, you want to be able to adapt your org note to be able to export it exactly the way you want. So I'm going to present the 4 points that I'm showing here that are, for me, the elements that you need to be careful with when you try to work with templates and exporting to LaTeX. So firstly, you have headers. So basically, these allows to add LaTeX elements that's going to be at the top of the file. You're going to have the title, you're going to have your extra packages here, you're going to have your class. I'm going to present that later, and that's the part that you're going to adjust to make it look like the text template that you receive. Then you have the formatting class file. That's a CLS file that you would receive, also part of the template. This one is used instead of the typical doc class like article. And the way I'm using them is to add an entry, like add an element to the list or LaTeX class in my Emacs init. This way I can use the CLS file directly and also give the parameters that I want. So in that case, I'm going to have a apris.cls next to my org note, and it's going to be able to use it. A third element is, in some case, you might want to use a different LaTeX compiler to build your project, to build your notes, and that can be done per file, per note. In my opinion, that's the most flexible way, by adding this line as the very first line of your file and thus changing the LaTeX PDF process variable. And in there you can put multiple commands in a row. So for example, you can have the shell escape to have the minted note block, the BibTeX element. So that worked very well. When you add that, you need to reload your file though, something to keep in mind. And lastly, you have the bibliography. So when you have reference, when you want to put reference, you can use the org-rom BibTeX package that need to be installed. Then you have some configuration to be set. So you have the BibTeX completion bibliography where you explain where is your reference file, so your bib file. You can also give a path for where to search for PDFs. So if you have matching names with your BibTeX entries and some PDF files in there, they're going to be linked. I'm going to show that later. So that's something that's going to be part of your init configuration as part of the org-rom BibTeX package configuration. Then in the note you are exporting, you want to add a section called reference. Here you can set a style for the bibliography, and also again you put which of the reference file you want to use. So with all of that, I'm gonna show some example. So here I have an org note that I used as the file to be exported into a publication. So you can see up front I set all my headers package. Like I have some extra package I put. I have the class that is something that is next to it. So you can see in the files, I have the apris.cls just here. And also with all of that, so you can also add tags. I did not explain that, but you can also like ignore some section, and that's quite convenient as well. So here we have some section, and if you want to add a bibliography, so you're gonna do cl site. Can put some site entry, put any file in there, no description, and you're going to put you some link like that. And that's very convenient because firstly, it's going to be exported as a reference, like you're going to show later, but also it gives you access to it directly from the note. So if I click the thing here, I have some menu. I can open the bibliography page. Sorry. And I can also open the PDF that was linked to it. So if I do that, here is the file that pops up that was linked to the bibliography. That's great. And otherwise, yeah, in that document, you're gonna have other things. You can have figures with parameters set on top, footnotes as well, if that's something that you need. For example, here, it's a section that's not exported, but you can have your normal footnotes, so you can go back and forth, and if they are in the exported section, they're gonna be managed. So with that, you can export the notes. So you're gonna see Control-C, Control-E. So you have that menu for exporting org files. You do L for LaTeX, and then O for running directly as PDF and opening it. It takes a little while to build, and here we are. So you have the template have been used, so there is a 2-colon situation happening. We have a specific header format and figures, and the citation that we put, it's showed here, and it's also going to be visible at the end in the reference section. So yeah, like I say, a fully ready, like finished paper can be produced this way. And yeah, that's all that I had for today. Thank you very much for your attention, and yeah, I am available for question on IRC or in the video chat. Thank you.
Okay, I think we are live. I would appreciate if my co-organizers in the background would let me know if everything is working correctly, but otherwise it is my turn to say hi to everyone. Welcome to EmacsConf 2024, and I am returning. I'm Leo Vivier, and I'm returning for the 5th year as the host of the general track, which is always a great pleasure. For those of you who do not know me, I am a software developer by day and a software developer for Floss by night. And I also am one of the EmacsConf co-organizers. And you'll get to hear me plentifully over the next couple of days, but I can assure you that there will be many organizers in the background also working. And you'll probably get to see us later on. But for now, without further ado, I want to say hi to Vincent. Hi, Vincent.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Yeah, and thanks for coming and thanks for presenting. It's I mean, you didn't decide to go first. It's mostly the time zone for you which decided for you, because I believe you're in Japan, correctly?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm living there now, and yeah, it's it's very late. It's really funny to see everyone saying good morning in the chat, and then yeah, it's already
Yeah,
late in the night.
it's always the same
Yeah,
for me. So personally, I'm in France, so for me it's only 3 p.m. For you, it's probably 9 or 10 p.m. if I'm correct.
yeah, already 11 here. Yeah.
It's already 11, so thank you for staying up so late for us. And how about we just get started with the questions, because you've just presented something that is very dear to my heart, which is writing academic paper with org mode, which is, for the record, how I got started with org Rome and stuff like this. So unless you've got anything else to add on top of your presentation that wasn't able to fit in, I suggest we just start taking questions.
All right. So yeah, right now I'm reading the question from IRC and also from the pad. So I guess I'm gonna take what's already written there. So the first one asking, I'd be interested in how to start this journey to write academic paper in org Rome while not having used Emacs org mode yet. So I saw this one before, and I guess it would be possible to do that, like to use org documents only as the way that you are writing papers. Like maybe you can just use that as a template that you're gonna export. And if you are familiar with LaTeX, it's gonna be more useful, I guess, and maybe more convenient to work with um, inside of Emacs. But then I'm not 100% sure if that's how to say that. Maybe in my opinion, the benefits of using org Rome in that setup is that you can link the things. For me, I'm using the search function for org Rome to just navigate between the files. So that's really a good advantage. But like, yeah, that could be like Leo said in the presentation. Maybe that's something you can start using org mode with to write papers. So yeah. Some second question. So how about connecting Emacs or Chrome to Zotero? Is that something that you have experience with? Not at all. Actually, I used briefly Zotero in the past, and I really didn't liked it or didn't really get into that. I don't know. But right now, I don't connect that at all. The question after, out of curiosity, how do you manage your bibliography? Do you do it from inside Emacs or using a separate program like Zotero? Because personally, I have struggled to do it from Emacs, though I have wanted to for some time. So the way I manage that is I just have a couple of .bib files that I edit by hand, where I put the reference when I find them. And Yeah, I just showed it very briefly in the presentation, but the way that one of the great thing with the org reference system is that if you have your bibliographic files that are connected to that system, you can just you can put the link, the reference to the paper, and click on it from your org note, and then you can open the PDF. You can open the DOI link to open the whatever publisher page. So no, I don't use Zotero, and I just edit bib or BIB files by hand in Emacs.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
You
Yeah, I was just going to add something because Augur and BibTeX is actually one of the packages that I developed, and I got it working with Zotero because for me it was convenient. I was studying humanities, and for me it was very easy to connect reference taken in my browser with Zotero and just post processing them a little bit. But it is possible to make Augur, BibTeX, and Zotero work together. But it's a little bit of an involved process to get everything working in Emacs.
Yeah, for sure, and yeah, I guess the way I'm doing it, I understand the appeal for Zotero for having having it integrated in the browser. Maybe that's something I should look up actually, because right now I'm just doing it very much by hand, going on the publisher page and copying the BibTeX block and just putting that in my file. Yeah, so it's maybe not a very efficient workflow on that side. But after that,
Yeah.
having it linked to the PDF, and having it inside the note is great.
Yeah, to some extent, it kind of depends on the reference system that is used by the field in which you are or the university in which you're publishing, because sometimes you're going to have some basic BibTeX file, and sometimes you're going to have better BibTeX files, and those are very different metadata that you need to reconcile. And depending on which LaTeX compiler you're using, be it ZLaTeX, be it regular LaTeX, Lua LaTeX, it's going to be all different. So it's a whole kind of worms that I'm not sure we want to be opening now. But if you are interested, and if you're not too attached about getting everything right, it's really easy to get started with stuff like Augur and BibTeX. It's supposed to get you most of the way down to a working setup. And if you need to get everything working down to the comma based on your reference system, that's going to be a little harder. But it's possible. I managed to do it, and many people actually managed to do it. Okay, anyway, I suggest we move on to the next question.
All right. So the next question asking, how do you start a new document? There are a lot of headers you have to set up. Do you use a template? I'm curious if you use snippets to deal with all of these LaTeX org meta commands. So I don't use a snippets template of any kind for that. Probably I should. That's actually a good idea. I probably gonna look into that. No, the way I do actually is I just reuse some previous documents. I copy it, delete all the content, and adjust it until it works the way I like. Um, the the main issue in general after that step is to make it work with the template I receive. And let's say if I have some template that needs to work with another LaTeX compiler, I probably gonna try to copy an existing file that I have that uses the same compiler to save me some work. But yeah, no, I don't use any snippet or something. Probably I should, but I'm just doing it the quick and dirty way to just copy some existing thing. Then what do you think of CTAR with Orgrom BibTeX? It seems that BibTeX completion is tied to Orgrom BibTeX. I don't know. I never really looked into CTAR or CITAR that much. I don't know about that.
I don't know either, so I'm not going to be able to help you on this one.
No, I really, is that something? Because yeah, the BibTeX completion is tied to the Orgrom BibTeX. I guess so.
So
No, I
what I'm
really don't know.
interpreting, because I do so BibTeX completion is the single motor that drives Elm BibTeX and Ivy BibTeX on. Perhaps there's another alternative now that is using the vertical stack for completion. But Algorand BibTeX was interfacing with BibTeX completion to retrieve all the references from a bib file. And I assume SAT would be something very similar in the way that it interfaces with a bib file, but I couldn't tell you more. I need to explore it a little more. And sadly, I haven't touched any of this stack in like 3 years, so I'm a little out of touch. I guess this is what comes with leaving academia to go work as a corporate developer. I'm no longer so interested in the publishing process, even though I'm obviously very appreciative of people who still do, and especially people who use Algorand and Algorand BibTeX to do it.
Yeah, same here. But I'm definitely gonna look into the sitar package to see what's possible. Maybe can be used in some way that is useful for me.
Yeah.
Then if I go to the next question, so most academic journals insist that papers are formatted in their own custom LaTeX document class. Does Orgro make it easy to do that? The answer is no. That's mostly what I was presenting in the slide. So like actually, that's also why I made the presentation, because if someone have a solution, I would gladly take it. No, the way I do it is that I have to add a wait, I don't have that on top of my head. The
Class
org
file,
LaTeX
perhaps?
class. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
Yeah.
a org LaTeX class. So I just make a custom org LaTeX class with the name of the LaTeX template. But in general, I think people use that to redefine like stuff like section and subsection. But for me, in general, I just it shows, and also in the slide, where I just map the section to the same section. I just change the name of the class, and this way it allows to import the CLS, and then the rest is just like putting the tech template that is provided either in headers, in LaTeX headers at the top, or yeah, or just on a LaTeX block in the body of the document if that's needed. For example, for the acknowledgement, sometimes they need some different formatting, but no, it's not really easy because you need to modify some configuration in Emacs to do that, and then after that, a little bit like manually adapt the templates into your org notes. So that's a little bit some upfront work to do, but once it's done, your note's gonna be exported exactly like the template, and you don't have to worry about it. So that's
Yeah, it's an interesting topic because the thing about on one side, you want to have, when you're using LaTeX, it kind of translates into you caring a lot about the document that you produce. Either you care about how quickly you can turn a plain text document into a very nicely formatted PDF at the end, or you just care about the output of your documents, making sure that everything is properly formatted. We were talking about references just before. The formatting rule for references are highly dependent upon the manual that you're using. And some people really care about this. And what I found in my particular experience, my own personal experience writing for academia, was that I was more in the later crowd that really cared about the output format and making sure everything was correct. And it's really a struggle to get everything working, especially when you're transpiling from org mode documents straight into LaTeX. You're obviously going to be resorting to a number of hacks to get everything working, like Vincent just mentioned with a class, or you're going to end up with many imported files just to get everything working. But really, you're fighting against the tide if you want to get something a little different from what is shipping with org mode. Maybe everything has gotten better since I was writing my papers, but generally, if you
Kindly
care a lot about the
disagree.
formatting, yeah, go on.
I kindly disagree. Actually, I'm surprised that the LaTeX template is so complex that you don't just change the document class, but also need to do something else. I'd say it's rather uncommon. I guess it depends on the area of your research.
Yeah, exactly.
My
I mean,
experience is
that's
usually not so
go on.
bad. You just need CLS and that's all.
Yeah, but it really depends on as you said, on the field in which you're publishing. Some fields are a little more lax with their rules, and just the fact that you can introduce mathematic formulas kind of makes LaTeX the de facto for publishing math documents. But when you're doing humanities, they're more attached to other kinds of formatting. So I think things are much better anyway since I started 5 years ago.
Oh yeah, I heard for humanities people like Microsoft Word or something like that.
Yes, sadly, that's the format. That's the format we're fighting against.
Yeah. As for document, for LaTeX classes, it is a customization and it is the right way to customize this thing. That's all. I'm not sure why
Sure.
it's a hack. It's not a hack. It's an actual user customization.
Right. So we've got about 4 more minutes of question. Vincent, we've got a couple of... Yeah. I've got a little health talking in my ear telling me exactly the same thing. So we've got about 2 more questions. Vincent, do you want to field them?
Sure. So are you using Zotra, sending some link or graph? No, I don't. I never heard of Zotra actually. Looking that very briefly. That's something I'm gonna have to look into. Apparently it's a short for Zotero translator, so that might be something useful for me since I'm not using Zotero yet. Maybe trying to combine. But no, I never really tried these. But I will. And the last question, how much of this is tied to Orgrom specifically? Not a lot. Apart from the Orgrom BibTeX, I think it is the... maybe I'm mixing up stuff there. But no, not a lot actually. It's just the fact that I'm using that as a note in my Orgrom system. But apart from that, actually all of the exports can be done from a normal org note or any other knowledge management system that you do with org notes. So no, it's not specifically tied to Orgrom. It's just that that's the way I'm using it, and I'm showing it this way. But yeah, actually the export process can be done with the... Yes, not specifically tied to Orgrom.
Yeah. Just confirming this, the only way Orgrom intervenes into this process is just referencing bibliography elements. It just kind of intercedes a little bit between what Orgrom usually does. But when it comes to the exports to LaTeX and PDF eventually, that's completely deferring to org exports, so OX, LaTeX, and all of this. So we are not intervening in any way into this transpiling format.
One comment.
Yeah.
I don't know if I imagine it, but it looked from the slides that it was our graph. Was it?
Sorry, that it was?
Or graph.
Or graph. Wait a minute. Yes.
Because it
So
is
all
our
graph.
graph that uses link system for citations, built-in citations, there is a built-in citation system in org mode. It doesn't use links. It has a special way to cite things.
Yeah,
Because...
and I believe... Yeah, go on, please, Vincent.
No, I just wanted to say in that case, I'm using the link with the site command. I'm not using the Orgrom link for the reference. I didn't really show that very carefully, but then yeah, it's a site element that is exported. So like the Rome part is just like you can access the org notes that you have attached to a reference paper, but that's it.
Okay, because for brief, I was confused by why bibliography is a link, why style is a link, because it is the approach our graph uses.
Ah, right. Okay, I see. Yeah, the thing is, actually, I don't know why, but in my experience, using the Orgrom BibTeX links doesn't export or didn't export properly. So like adding them with the Orgraph site worked better. So that's why I'm using these.
If I may
If
interject for
you're
a
adding
second,
links
because
with
we are...
Orgraph site, you're
Yeah.
using Orgraph for export, which is slightly different.
Right.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna interject very quickly because sadly we are a little pressed for time because we are heading into the next discussion. So just very quickly, if you want to continue the discussion, the BBB room is available at emacsconf.org. You can go to the talk and get the link to join the BBB. And the stream will be moving on to the next stream in about 5 to 10 seconds.
Next, we have Managing Writing Project Metadata with Org Mode by Blaine Morse. He will answer questions via web conference. You can join using the URL from the talk page or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC.
Good morning. I'm Blaine Moores. I'm an associate professor of biochemistry and physiology at the University of Oklahoma Health Sciences in Oklahoma City. I'm going to be talking about the utilization of org mode to write a specific kind of log file for thinking about writing projects, in particular research articles. I have stored a template for this file on GitHub. You can find it at Moore's Lab. If you go to the landing page and scroll down to Emacs-related, you'll find a link to it. I am a structural biologist. I utilize X-ray crystallography to determine the structures of proteins and nucleic acids that are important in human health. Our workflow is shown across the top. We start out with a purified material that we crystallize, as shown by that elongated rod-shaped crystal on the left. We will mount that and in a cold stream and collect diffraction data with X-rays in the instrument to the right. That instrument will generate an image like the one to the right, where you see a bunch of spots. That's a diffraction pattern from the crystal. After rotating the crystal for 1 degree, we'll rotate the crystal 180 degrees, get a full data set that we'll process with a computer, and this will lead to the chicken wire map of the electron density shown further to the right. And then on the far right, we have compared molecular structures of 2 drug molecules from 2 different structures overlapped. After superimposing a wild-type protein and a mutant protein, we're trying to analyze how the mutant was preventing one of the drugs from binding. Through these kind of analyses, we can develop better drugs. In this case, the drugs are being used to treat lung cancer. When I start a new writing project, I will assign it a number. In this case, I'm developing a review article about the detection of crystals in images collected with microscopes, like the image in the upper left. And the article is about the utilization of AI to help with that detection of crystals. So I start the name of the folder with this index number, and I store the manuscript folders in the top level of my home directory to ease navigation. So whenever I pop open a terminal window, I just enter 0573, hit tab to autocomplete the name of the folder, and I'll be right in the appropriate folder. I also use that index number to label the names of the files. I start every project with 3 files: a manuscript, the log file that I'll be talking about today, and a annotated bibliography, which is kind of like one on steroids, the annotated bibliography for the 21st century, not the 20th century annotated bibliography you worked on as an undergraduate. I have developed templates not only for org mode, but also for other markup languages like R Markdown and LaTeX. I actually developed this the log file template over a dozen years ago in LaTeX. And I also have developed it for types. Types is independent of LaTeX. It's inspired by LaTeX, but it's written in Rust, and it's extremely fast. So my writing process involves having the writing log at the center of the process. That's where I begin the writing project. On the right, I have the manuscript and all its components highlighted in yellow. And on the On the hopefully I said on the right, I have the manuscript with all its components highlighted in yellow. On the left, I have the annotated bibliography. So when I start a research paper, I will do this after I have built up a strong idea from various sources, and then I'll sit down and go through a series of steps outlined in the writing log to develop that central hypothesis into several paragraphs that are used in the introduction of the manuscript. The rest of the manuscript is built around that central hypothesis. So the results section will include experiments that address the central hypothesis, and it will exclude experiments that have nothing to do with it. Likewise, the discussion points address the central hypothesis. So when I'm done developing that introduction in, say, 3 or 4 hours, I'll have an outline in hand, at least for the results and the discussion section. The outline will be detailed down to at least a sub-heading level. And I'll move those components over to the manuscript on the right. And as work is done to address that central hypothesis, the manuscript will be updated. And also as exploration of the literature continues, new ideas will flow in to the manuscript through the log file. You've probably heard of another kind of writing log, which is more of a accountability tool, a tool used to hold yourself accountable in terms of your commitment to work on your writing projects. So this idea of carrying out this documentation is supported by research done by Robert Boyce. He found that those academics who record their writing are 4 times more productive than those that do not, and those that actually share their writing with colleagues are 9 times more productive. This is sort of a case in point. This is a snapshot of a Google Sheet of such a writing log that I was sharing as part of a Google workbook. I was sharing it with 3 other colleagues. So I had the possibility of them taking a peek at my Google Sheet, and that possibility I found to be highly motivating. As you can see, on July 24th, 2023, I worked on 5 different writing projects. This would not have been possible if it had not been for having 5 separate writing logs where I could figure out where I had started and where I would report the day's progress before maybe taking a break and then switching to another writing project. So the writing log helps reduce switching costs between projects. My motivation for developing this project-specific log that I'm presenting here is to support clearer thinking about the science that I'm trying to do, hopefully leading to better science, as well as accelerating the completion of the writing project. The secondary purpose is to enable working on multiple writing projects in parallel. This is important to be able to harness your subconscious. So if you work on project A for a few hours in the morning, say early morning, then late morning you work on project B, while you're working on while you're working on project B, your subconscious is busy working away on project A. So as a result, perhaps the following morning, when you wake up or while you're taking a shower or commuting, new ideas will emerge for projects A and B as a result of these background jobs that you have launched. If you don't work on project A, then you're not going to get the benefit the following morning. The side effects of using this writing log are that it reduces the fear of forgetting and also reduces the fear of losing momentum. These are 2 barriers to attempting to carry out work on multiple writing projects in a given day. This problem of dealing with multiple writing projects is one that is not discussed in books about writing. It's apparently a very difficult problem. I think my writing log is a successful solution to that problem. This is an overview of the writing log in org mode. So it has various components. I don't have time to go through all of them in detail, but you can see its structure. We get this summary view when you open up the file. If you have this in the header, for startup, the command overview, and then I just click on the heading and hit tab to see the contents below. So normally I'm just going to go straight to the daily log, which is on, in this case, it starts on line 944. I don't have to scroll all the way down to it because thanks to the support for folding of these sections in org mode. If I open up the drawer labeled preamble, you can see that I have imported a number of LaTeX packages to enhance the format of the PDF file that is upon export. I have commands that are listed below at the bottom for providing a fancy header. This header has the current date as well as a running title and the current page number and total number of pages. So you can see in the center the header at the start of page 2. And you can see the bottom of page 1 where the page number is at the bottom of the page. So these headers are very useful if you happen to print out several log files and their corresponding manuscripts and take them with you to work on them while traveling. Invariably, the pages will get intermingled and you'll have to sort them out when you return home. So these headers ease that problem. You can see that the table of contents that begin the writing log is hyperlinked to the various sections. In addition to the table of contents, the log file, of course, will support various graphical objects like images, tables, equations, and code listings. I also have added to LaTeX support for index, list of acronyms, glossary, mathematical notation, and literature cited. It takes no effort to add these in, so why not have them available? These features are also available in the annotated bibliography template, which helps support make that annotated bibliography far more relevant and interesting. So this shows a list of 4 workflows that I'm going to discuss. So these, since I don't have time to go through each of the items. So obviously there's project initiation occurs on day 1. If I have a 3 or 4 hour block of time, that's sufficient to finish project initiation. And then the daily workflow is obviously what occurs every day to move the project forward, and that periodic assessments are done on a monthly or weekly basis, generally on the weekly basis as the submission deadline approaches. And then after you have received the galley proofs and sent them back, there are a few chores that need to be done in terms of project closeout. And so this is an example of a protocol that could be followed to do that, and an example of the kinds of more or less appendix material that could be included in the writing log to help get these things done. So this shows a project initiation section of the workflow. So I go through a series of sections that include advice about what I need to do to complete each section. So the rationale section asks me, like, why are you doing this? Why should you do this? Why not somebody else? Those sort of fundamental questions. And then I have a drawer called labeled guidance that I have, and the headline immediately above, I have this no export keyword, so that guidance is not written out upon export to the PDF. Unless you want it. If you want it, you have to remove the no export tag. Then I have the response to these questions. In this case, a list of journals that I'm targeting for submission of this review article. I have a Plan B journal picked out in case the first choice leads to if the editors decide to reject it. So having a Plan B journal picked out is a decision you can make at the time of submission, so that you're prepared to move quickly after if the article is rejected. This shows the daily workflow section. So each entry has a date. I sometimes annotate the dated entries with a small phrase to highlight certain events. Within a given entry, I'll have a list of accomplishments. That's sort of the bare minimum of what I include. This just demonstrates how relatively brief these entries are. They're just whatever distinct accomplishments were made are listed. Sometimes I'll include the goals for that day. Sometimes I'll always include the correspondence related to the project. So I'll copy and paste an email into a quote environment from LaTeX. And I have a snippet template for auto-generating these entries. So it will insert the date, for example, in the subheading. Then below that, I'll have the next action. So following David Allen's getting things done approach, where you identify the next thing that needs to be done. And that may have come from a to-do list that's indicated below that. And then beyond that, there's sections for some writing accountability, and then a reminder to go about updating your Zettelkasten and Org-Roam if you have come across any nuggets of knowledge you want to add to your Org-Roam. Then below that, there's another section for the storage of additions to be made to the manuscript. Maybe they're not ready to go yet, so this provides a spot for them to be incubated, a sandbox, if you will, where you have room to develop them further before they're ready to be transferred over to the main manuscript. I also have a section there too for the incubation of new ideas for new projects. So this kind of metadata and metacognition about the project are often stored in commented out regions or in comments in like MS Word documents. These are often stripped out in the rush to submit the manuscript, and they're quite often lost, yet they can be invaluable, not only for the preparation of future manuscripts, but they can be very invaluable for responding to critiques by reviewers. So this writing log provides ample room for the safe storage of such information, such knowledge. Then periodically, every several months or weeks, we'll carry out a assessment of the project. And so we go through a checklist for the completion of the manuscript. We also have a timeline with milestones identified. And then, of course, Org has these wonderful tables that are very dynamic. If you need a wider column to accommodate a new entry, it self-adjusts. So these self-adjusting tables are one reason why I was attracted to Org mode, because coming from LaTeX, where working with trying to make changes to tables is quite difficult. And then below that, there's a section to make assessments. There are 4 questions that I address about the status of the project. So, one really good question is, why can't you submit this project today? What's holding it back? So other such existential questions are important to ask from time to time. Then finally, the project closeout workflow. So this is in the form of a checklist. This checklist in the main template is already included, but you could include it as from an external file. Of course, that checklist won't be in the will be only in the PDF when it's included in this fashion. It won't be in the org file, but you can view that checklist by clicking on its file path. It'll serve as a link that will open up in a org buffer. The advantage of taking a modular approach to this sort of appendix material is that you can update your protocols, and the updated protocols will be available to all log files across all projects. So in conclusion, this project-specific log file helps narrow the focus on one project. It provides space to harbor the thinking about that project, and it helps support project initiation and sustain its momentum and facilitate its completion. The side effects of using this log file for one project is that it dampens the fear of forgetting, the fear of losing momentum, which inhibits working on more than one project in a given day. I would like to thank my friends in the Oklahoma Data Science Workshop. We hold this workshop every third Friday at noon Central Time by Zoom. It's open to participation by people from all around the world. Send me an email if you are interested in the applications of computing to scientific research. I participate occasionally in these Emacs meetups, and I have shared this writing blog with members of the UK Research Software Engineer group through the MX Research Slack channel. My efforts are supported by funding from these grants. I'll be happy to take any questions.
I think we are live. Okay, hi again, everyone, and hi, Blaine. How are you doing?
Fantastic. Happy to be here.
Yeah, it's good to see you again. We were just reminiscing in a room right now that it's almost been a year exactly since we last spoke, because you were at EmacsConf last year.
That's right. This is great
All right,
fun.
Yeah, well, thank you for coming in, and especially every time you come with a very well-crafted talks talking about, what you do with org mode, org roam, and whatever. And it's really fascinating as someone who develops and uses those tools constantly to see you put them in action so well, because the way you talk about your research, it really reminds me on what we were. Sorry, I've got elves talking in my ears, and I'm still not used to it at this point. But it's really nice to see you put all of this together into a very cohesive way for you to write. Okay, let me just share my screen, and I'll be sharing the questions. Where is it? Right, take presenter, and I will be sharing the questions. All right. Can you see my screen all right?
I can, yes.
Okay, cool. So we'll move straight to the question. Let me just check on the time. I think we have about until 10:20, which is in 17 minutes. So let's take about 10 to 15 minutes of question time. And if people have joined on BBB, we'll also be taking questions live. All right. Starting with the first question. What does 0573 mean in your init file name?
So this name is, you can think of it as a prefix or a stub. It's an index number that I utilize before a short name that describes the project. So I have all my projects in my home directory, and I just start typing the project number or index number in the terminal, and I have auto completion available through OMI-ZSH package. So I just hit tab, and it auto completes the name of the project and pops me into that folder. And so I find this to be very easy for navigating between projects. As you saw, I work on multiple projects in a given day, and this helps me move about. And I also use this number as at the start of the log file name and at the start of the manuscript name and the start of the, I also have an annotated bibliography. So all those files are identified just in case I accidentally save one to the wrong folder. I can sort them out later. Great question. Thank you.
Yeah. Next question, which I think is it's gonna be a long one. What does Zettelkasten mean?
So this is, means like I guess note box, something along those lines. You can think of it as
a box. Usually, that's the word we use.
Thank you. So this is a kind of like a card catalog system that when it was done on paper, and now it's being done electronically through various software packages. So in the Emacs world, org-roam is one of several alternate packages that you can use. Prot has Denote, and there's a couple others. So the idea is that you create a note, usually ultimately what you want to do is create a nugget of knowledge from your reading that you've done, and you want to you add it to this note system and in such a way that you can recover it more easily than what had to be done in the old days with index cards. So you set up backlinks, and then you have you can use the search features in org-roam to filter and find these the notes again in the future. org-roam has a wonderful GUI interface where you can display it as a knowledge graph, essentially, all your nodes and the backlinks between them. I set mine up in a rather hierarchical fashion to, at least right now, it's pretty hierarchical at this point, but it may become more disorganized over time. But I find it sort of a visual person. I like mind maps a lot. I find that this visual display of my Zettelkasten is resembles to a certain degree a mind map.
Okay, well, that's pretty good definition of what Zettelkasten is, and you also went on to specify what it means inside Emacs, so thank you. I think that clarifies it for the two people in the room who still do not know, after attending 4 EmacsConf also, what is the Zettelkasten method. Moving on to the next question. How many papers are you writing at the same time? Because I believe you mentioned that you had concurrent papers being written during your presentation.
So I'm probably working on, in a given year, somewhere between 10 and 15. How many do I get published in a year? Probably anywhere from 1 to 4 or 5. So these papers often, the work on them spans multiple years, and I will start working on a paper when I before I begin the experiments, ideally, because I'm trying to do hypothesis-driven research. And so that helps define the scope of the project and limit the number of rabbit holes I go down. But due to the nature of the work, there's a lot of waiting required, in my case, for crystals to grow, and then the opportunity to collect diffraction data on the crystals. And then the structures have to be determined and refined and analyzed and then deposited. Figures have to be made. So a lot of steps are involved that those take generally that work can span several years. In a given day, I try to work on 2 papers, ideally. I haven't been doing so well lately over the past month, but I had in the past year, there was a couple of days where I worked on 5 papers. There was something like a half dozen where I worked on 4, about 40 days where I worked on 3, and I think there was something like about 100 days where I worked on 2 papers a day, and about 140 days where I just worked on 1. But so my ideas that I've been sort of developing more recently is that I'll start doing like the generative writing on a paper at the beginning of the day on the project I'm most excited about. I'm a night owl. I try to do this work early in the morning when I'm half awake to try to overcome my internal editor that inhibits me from writing prose freely. And so the idea is just to get a lot of words out, worry about editing them later. And then after about 3 hours, I'll switch to the second project that I'm less excited about. And I can go for another 90 minutes to 2 hours on that project. So I build up a lot of momentum, and then I do the switch, and I find that switch to be relatively easy. So my process will be on project A, make some final notes about what was accomplished in the writing log. Then I'll switch over to the writing log for the project B, and I'll go to the diary section at the beginning. I'll make make a little to-do list, and maybe look at the prior entry in the diary if I need to reboot my memory, and then I'll move on to the manuscript and go for 90 minutes or 2 hours. Generally, you're only good for somewhere between 4.5, 5.5 hours. If you try to write in a generative fashion much longer than that, your productivity goes down quite a bit. You're better off switching to a completely different activity, and then using your experience doing that writing to essentially launch background jobs in your subconscious. And so you will get those ideas in the shower the next morning.
I find it's really funny because I also relate. I've also worked a lot on organization as linked to paper writing, but also on my work as a developer. And it's funny how you refer to your ability to think about something in very similar terms to how a computer would think about something. You've mentioned in your presentation the cost of context switching between different things, but it's also something that we use in computing when a processor needs to be thinking about something else. Well, it has a cost. And it's really fun for me to hear you talk about, I need to select 2 topics, but no longer than 90 minutes per topic, because it's really about maximizing your output for creativity. And overall, your entire presentation here is about really maximizing the engagement that you have between outputs and your cognition. And I really find this amazing how down to the T you've managed to do this. And it actually leads me to another question, which is being asked of you, which is, how do you capture those ideas when you are away from Emacs? And perhaps not only those you have in the showers, but also elsewhere.
So that's a great question. Over the past year, I actually, last January, upon recommendation of a senior colleague, I bought a digital voice recorder for $85 from Sony. And it's the best investment I've made in a very long time, other than my laptop computer, because I then record my thoughts. So I have a half-hour commute, and to me, that's largely a waste of time. I wish I'd lived a lot closer to work, but I use that time to generate ideas. So maybe I'll started my day at home for 90 minutes. I worked on paper A, and then I might try to prime my mind about project B, or I might still have ideas that are flowing about project A, and I'll record those in the digital voice recorder. And then when I get to the lab, I'll transfer the audio file to my computer, and I'll transcribe it using Whisper. So I've set up some Python scripts and bash functions to go through, and I convert all the sentences into one sentence per line, because that's the way I like to write and edit things. And so it does all this pre-processing for me, and I have this transcript that's in pretty good shape. I don't have to do very much editing. And I'll then copy that over and work on it, clean it up, and pluck out the ideas I think might be useful. Unfortunately, I'm not very, I'm not away from my computer that much. I'm in front of it, 12, 14 hours a day. So when I'm teaching, when I'm in seminar, other committee meetings, traveling, then I'll capture ideas on paper. I don't have a cell phone. I'm trying to be the last human on earth without a cell phone. I think I would be so distracted by a cell phone. I would be the worst person on the planet. I would be totally focused on my cell phone if I had one. So I'm like one of the few people left who can read a map. So I do run into some difficulties hailing taxis and that sort of thing when I'm traveling. So there are some downsides to not having a cell phone, but these days.
Yeah, but I think there's a pretty significant upside because you talk about cell phones here, but before you were talking about the 90 minutes of uninterrupted focus on a given topic, and I think plenty of people would be envious of this ability to focus for that long on a topic. And I guess if we are to thread the needle here, well, the lack of cell phone might be for something for this ability to focus. So take of this what you will.
True, I do have. I am a sucker for the web browser. I can get distracted going down various rabbit holes thanks to Google searches and that sort of thing. Likewise, email is another attention grabber. So there's those other battles I have to fight too. So right, that is a huge battle that all of us face is developing focus and being able to maintain focus. So.
Right. So we have about 3 more minutes of questions. So thank you so much already for answering many questions. How about we do a quick fire for the remaining questions, and then Welby will take a question from here or in the room. So how about we go for the next one? What if an ID does not belong to any current working manuscript?
So I have a sandbox area in the log file. So if it's likely going to be related to something to a certain degree, if the idea is totally unrelated to anything I'm working on, then I will. I maintain a 750 words. I maintain a kind of a external diary, and I just capture those kind of ideas there. So I have access to a web interface to this big text area with nothing in it, and I just dump ideas all day long in there. And I save that away. I have that in a big LaTeX document currently on Overleaf, where each day has its own page, and so that information is captured, and I can recover it. And maybe it's going to take me a week, a month, a year to take that idea and think about it. And then eventually I'll get to a point where I have a critical mass of momentum and data and so forth, where I can start a new writing project. But you're right, that is a problem, capturing those ideas and keeping track of them. The Zettelkasten can also help with that.
Right. Okay, so we have time for one more question, and I think I'm going to skip this one. You can take all the time you want after we're done with the live show for you to answer in BBB, obviously, and even after the conference. But I'd really like to finish on this one. So if there were one habit from your process, referencing your extensive flowchart, that you want active learners or professional researchers to adopt, which would it be and why?
So I think just keeping that daily diary, that's the essential part for overcoming the fear of forgetting and the fear of losing momentum. One reason why people don't work on 2 projects a day is that they fear losing momentum on the first project they're working on. And but we often are stuck with working on multiple writing projects, and they're best done over longer periods of time rather than in a hasty fashion. I try to avoid binge writing, although I do my share of that too.
Okay, well, Blaine, thank you so much for all your questions. The stream is going to move to the next chat of talk. Sorry, I keep mistaking chat and talk. We're moving to the next talk of the day, but feel free to stay in a room. For everyone interested in asking more questions to Blaine, the Big Blue Button link is available on the website. You can join and ask questions directly to Blaine, and otherwise we'll make sure that all the remaining questions on the pad get their answer eventually. Thank you so much, Blaine.
You're welcome.
Next, we have The Future of Org by Ihor Radchenko and Bastian Guéry. They will answer questions via web conference. You can join using the URL from the talk page or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC.
Okay, everyone, we are currently in the process of finding the next talk, so give us about 30 seconds to try to find it.
Hello everyone, my name is Ihor Radchenko and I'm the new official org mode maintainer. Today, I will briefly introduce myself and then share my ideas about the future of org mode development. I will start by passing the word from Bastien, the previous maintainer, that story starting from ordinary org mode user all the way to the maintainer. Then I will detail the new directions of development and the specific features which I want to see in org mode in the coming years. And I will conclude by asking you, org mode users, to contribute to org mode, because all the features, which are too many, can only be implemented with the help of the community, with the help of more contributors. And for that, of course, I will also talk about org community and how I see it evolve, and so that we have a good communication between the development of org mode and the community ideas. Let me first pass the word to Bastien.
Hello everyone. Igor Radchenko is the new org mode maintainer. He's been acting as such for a couple of years now, and I'm really glad he's finally agreed to take on the role officially. As a maintainer, I have probably done a few things right and certainly made many mistakes. Here are 4 lessons I've learned in 14 years. The first is that maintaining org mode isn't just about code, it's mostly about users. Of course, some of them will never learn how to report bugs, some of them will behave like spoiled children, and most of them will expect you to work for free forever. Nevertheless, the time is as valuable as yours. Whatever they request, there is always something that can lead to a positive outcome for org mode or its community. The second lesson is that maintenance isn't just about technical choices, it's also about predictability. Be very clear and very loud about what users and contributors can expect of your time, skills, and motivations. Stick to the robustness principle by being liberal in what you accept and strict in what you produce. Thirdly, it's all about learning. Let's build a culture together where it's okay to ask stupid questions. No one is born knowing how to write in English, how to report a bug, or how to maintain a large piece of code. Remember that old-timers were newbies and that newbies could become maintainers. We all have a lot to learn, even if it's just how to respect each other. Finally, as a maintainer, think about the next one. Who will be in your shoes next? What kind of maintainer do you want for a software you will be using for decades? It's also a responsibility of the org mode community. How can we collectively attract a maintainer that want to help us use and enhance this wonderful little tool? How can we, as org mode users, help Igor pave the way for the next maintainers. Enough said, I'm confident org mode is in good hands and I'm a very happy user. Thanks everyone for all these years of fun and learning.
Okay. Now back to my talk. Let me start by briefly introducing myself. I'm actually not a programmer. By training, I'm a material scientist. And I only started using Emacs and org mode and naturally doing programming because that's Emacs. When I was doing my PhD and I wanted to use org mode to tame my research work activities. For a couple of years, I was just an ordinary user until I learned enough and got enough courage to report my first bug. And then it all evolved over the years. I started participating in the mailing list. I started learning more about eLisp. I reported more complex bugs. I eventually got around to actually go and fix the tricky bugs. Then I started participating more in org mailing list in helping fixing bugs in selected areas of org mode and eventually switching to all parts of org. So at some point, I ended up doing the de facto maintenance job together with Bastien and got an actual maintenance offer, which I accepted recently. The key takeaway I want you to get from here is that you don't have to be a programmer. You don't have to know Lisp to contribute. You don't even have to be like that to become a maintainer. All it takes is slow, methodical, persistent learning over the years, participating in the community, and eventually submitting your patches upstream. And eventually you can become a maintainer. Oh, not a maintainer, it's as you wish. Enough about me. Let's talk about what I think should happen with org mode and what my focus on org mode is. The first and top priority for me is the basics. The code-based stability, basically all the foundations, all the APIs in org mode, all the basic libraries for which everything builds upon, so that we have fewer bugs and we have more understandable code so that others who want to contribute have easier time understanding what is going on in the code base and contribute without much of a problem or confusion. Second, equally important direction is the org community, because a single person, even a couple of people, cannot really develop such a big project as org mode. And we always want new contributors, which are not coming from nowhere. We need to have the community of users. We have a community of people who participate in discussions, who later submit patches and the code, and that's where we get most of the new features. So I would like to improve the communication between our community and the development team. The third direction I want to pursue is making life easier for third-party packages, because we don't only have org mode as it's distributed with Emacs. We have a lot of helper packages. We have a lot of melper packages. And people who want some specific features on top of org mode do develop these packages, which are widely used or not so widely used. And it's not only about Emacs. We have a lot of mobile apps that can work with org files. We have a lot of parsers which enable these mobile apps or, in general, programs outside Lisp to understand org files. The fourth direction is the org markup as a foundation of org mode as a major mode, because we have a lot of functionality in org mode itself inside Emacs, but it's all based on the underlying markup, and markup should have enough features to support the functions we want to see there. And the last direction, which is somewhat less important, mostly because I don't have that much time to focus on everything, is the new features. I do want to see certain important features in org mode, but I usually cannot spend too much time on them because of the previous more important parts. So I do rely on the org community and the contributors to implement these new features. And My idea is that I want to direct which features and how they should be implemented, but the actual people who implement them should come from the community. Now let's go into the details, the code base. As a bit of motivation, I would like to share this email from Michel Stallman, who a couple of years ago, asked about improving org mode by making it more modular. So that's directly asked about improving the foundations of the code, and that's what I think is important direction as well. Here is an example. We have a lot of really large org libraries, like org.el, which is like 1 megabyte or something large, org agenda, org table, org list, a number of files which are really large. And what is worse, they are hard to understand sometimes. I even have an example where an alpha developer complained that part of his motivation to write org.ul, and specifically his agenda-like part, was because org agenda is so hard to understand that it's easier to start from scratch. I don't want such situations to happen in future if possible at all. So one of the projects I'm currently working on, is work in progress now, is splitting org libraries into smaller parts, into more documented parts, into the APIs which are actually documented and explained in the code at least, so that people who just open org mode code cannot be scared away and go and read the comments and understand what is happening there easier. At this point, I have like almost double the number of libraries. It's still work in progress, so there's a lot of room for improvement in this area. Another direction, which is somewhat reasonable in relation to splitting things down, is that some libraries are really generic in org mode, because org mode often has a functionality which is really new, and for that it had to implement some very generic functionality that doesn't have to be used just for org mode. This can be generalized for Emacs in general. So there is a number of libraries which we may or may not upstream to Emacs, depending on what Emacs maintainer think. As one example is org capture, because it's a very obvious example. Org capture started as a fork from remember.el, which is still a part of Emacs. So it has more features than remember.el, which were required for org. But these features can be backported. Why not? And then we can not only org mode, but other Emacs libraries can benefit from these features. We have in org now only. Similarly, I can have a long list of different libraries that can be shared. Yeah, for some I'm not sure, but in general, there is a lot of work that may be done and may be discussed in the future. The third part about the basics is making use of the new Emacs libraries. Org in general is quite well written in terms of Emacs integration. We do support many of the Emacs features and libraries which are generic. However, in more recent Emacs versions, we started getting some new features, and we do want to make use of them in org. For example, recently we contributed Young Media support for clipboard pasting and drag and drop. So now it is supported in org mode already in the released version. And eventually we want to support truncheon.el, because now org uses ad hoc system. And it's of course much better to use the existing and more powerful menus, which are implemented by Transient. We even have some initial work in progress implementation. I hope it can be eventually extended to the whole org mode. There are other things like compatibility, which there is an excellent Emacs library, compat.el, that provides backwards compatibility. And org also has something like this in org compat. And we don't have to write it ourselves again. We can make use of the existing library. Similar, there is a very new library track changes for tracking changes in real time. And Eventually, we want to support context menu mode, maybe touchscreen for Android support. I don't know, but I hope it can be done by someone. And some more generic libraries like single point. That's about using external APIs. Now about the internal org APIs. One important, probably one of the most important parts of org is the parser, how org itself understands the org files. And the situation is that we have two parsers in org mode. One is the org element, the proper parser, which we use as a reference, but many parts of org still using regular expressions, which are approximate. So like these two parsers are not exactly consistent, which is really bad. And I hope to solve this. So I already started doing some work by factoring out some part of abstract syntax tree and working on real-time parser, incremental parser, which is enabled by default in org96, but there are still parts which I need to work on. And eventually I want to get rid of regular expression-based parser completely so that we don't have any inconsistencies inside org mode. One of the examples of this parts that are still using regular expression is fontification, which is often simply wrong, especially in some edge cases. And we really want to use the proper parser in this area. Maybe even editing org files using the parser syntax tree, but that might be tricky, although there is existing library that implements some ideas for this. The key point is that org element API, the parser API, should eventually be used everywhere so that everything is consistent. The second important API is the org babel. Currently, org babel does have some API, but first, it's not well documented. Second, it's sometimes awkwardly designed, especially compared with the exporter. So I do want org babel APIs to be more consistent. Another thing about org babel is not exactly API, but you know that the documentation for most of the babel backends are not even in the org manual, even though these backends are built in. They are on org wiki, and we do want to move them to the manual eventually. That's the important part, and it should be done. Yeah, those are some obstacles, like not all the features are properly implemented, and that's a bit of an extra job that should be done. Another small thing, which thanks to Bruno Barbier, is being done in the progress. We should have a more robust asynchronous API for Babel. I hope it can progress further. From now, it already progressed quite far. That's all about the basics, the underlying backbone of the org code base. So let's move to the second important direction, which is the third-party packages and basically the parsers for mobile apps. I will postpone the community to the end because I want to have a call for contribution at the end. So for third-party packages, I would like to remind you that org mode used to have something called org contrib as a part of org mode, which is a collection of small libraries, small packages that didn't have a proper copyright assignment, basically, but were more or less a part of org mode. This is no longer the case. Now what we did is we moved a number of very rarely used libraries from org core itself to org contrib, and now we treat org contrib as basically the libraries that we really want someone to take responsibility for. We want the new maintainers for everything that is in org contrib, and from me and other org team, we do not spend too much time maintaining this package, just do some most basic bug fixing, and that's all. So if you see some libraries from OnContrib and you use them and you know ELIS, please volunteer to be my maintainer, because otherwise there will be not much progress in these libraries. As a natural extension of this, and inspired by Tarsius or Emacs orphanage idea, we also maintain a small page basically listing the libraries, some others like packages, Emacs packages that are not really maintained. Like, so if you're a maintainer of a library and you don't have time to do it, you can write to org mailing list, and we can add your library to this page so that we can search for new maintainers in more centralized way. And if you are a Lisp hacker and you want to have something for org mode, you can check that page and see where you can help. Now, away from Emacs, for mobile apps, we have quite a lot of mobile apps at this point. Unfortunately, it's very hard for me and many other eLisp contributors to contribute to these apps because they are not using eLisp naturally. But these applications heavily rely on org markup, and I do hope that we can keep org markup consistent enough and rich enough so that people don't have to invent extensions to org, like what happened to Markdown. So I really want to emphasize that I want to see more org parsers in different languages so that they can be used by developers. And for people who are writing these parsers, I want to share this link. It is the org syntax reference. It is the official org syntax, which what we think it should be. It's described in plain human language. It's not a code, and all details should be listed there. So please use it as a reference if you are writing the parser. Eventually, this document will be submitted to IETF, I hope. And in the future, I hope to write a set of tests which will work as benchmarks. So basically, we have some existing tests for our internal parser, and I want to factor out these tests so that it can be used by any parser, so that we can compare the performance and which parts of org mode are parsed and which parts are not. I mentioned that we want to submit to IETF, which means that org markup will become the actual registered format. But before we do that, and thus fix org markup in the stone, because it's very hard to change things in the IETF, it's important to address important problems, existing problems with org syntax. There are some problems, like I mentioned the inconsistencies between the two existing parsers in org mode. There are also some parts, like there are some examples, like there are problems with numeric priorities, for example, which are not treated consistently. And there are problems with more general problems with org syntax when people request some edge cases, which should be addressed. Like it's very, very hard to do intra-word markup, and like we have zero-bit space workaround, but many people dislike it, so maybe we want to do something about it. We have some edge cases when we combine emphasis with links. We have some edge cases when we have double blank lines inside some source blocks, for example, and combination in the list. And I hope we can somehow address it. It's not impossible to do, it just requires time. One annoying part is the inline time syntax. It's annoying both from the programming perspective internally as implementation and from the user perspective because there are too many stars. And we probably should redesign it eventually, maybe in backwards compatible way, but we will see how it goes. Another part is not just fixing the edge cases or problems, is the completely new syntax features. That's probably done after we submit to IETF. But there are important things that people often request, like time zone support in timestamps, better repeaters, like more flexible repeaters that we could, that's really a frequent request also. Another idea is some custom markup, which is coming to various requests. Like, for example, people often ask to highlight some words with a color, for example, or with like some other special way, and then export it in a special way, just as we do with special blocks, basically. So what I want to introduce is the ability to do it on markup level or inline. The fourth new syntax feature which I wish we could have is the multi-line cells in tables. It's very frequently requested as well, but I really have no clue how to do it. It's like we had a discussion about this, and there were previous discussions, but there was no conclusion. We don't see a good way how to implement it syntax-wise. So unlike time zones where we decided exactly the syntax, how it could be, and we just need patches to be submitted, here even the idea of syntax is not clear. So please do participate in these discussions if you have ideas. The last direction is the new features. And in general, I welcome all kinds of good features, but there's certain things which I explicitly want to see and I hope to see submitted. So if you are interested, please do submit patches. One, and probably many people are aware about it, is the asynchronous LaTeX preview developed by Timothy and Kartik. I hope it can be finalized eventually and upstream it. It's pretty much in ready state, but on the technical level, it should be discussed further and revised. The second is RQL by Adam. I hope it can be upstreamed. So it's also work in progress. It's just a question of free time for Adam, mostly, I think, and me. So that's another important part, new feature. The third is the so-called multi-page export. The idea is the same as many packages for blog posts, so that you have a single org file and then you can export multiple HTML pages, for example, or PDF pages or anything like that. This work in progress by Orm, thanks to him. Although it was a little bit stuck because I am not exactly sure how to best integrate it into the existing APIs. So if you are a developer of one of the blogging packages, I would appreciate if you can chime in and probably share some ideas here. Next are just some wishes I wish we could have, but it's not very detailed. Like one is the multi-language support, so that we can have org documents in multiple languages, or maybe even translations. And the collaborative editing that many people would wish to have, I think, like things like tracking changes, adding comments, importing from some other org from us with the comments and changes, so that we can actually participate with all those Microsoft Word users and stuff like that. But that's really too much for me alone to handle. So if you want to see one of these features, please consider contributing. Just write a mailing list about your interest and we can start from there. Now, the important part is, you see, I keep asking people like, please contribute, but who should contribute? So I want to improve communication between the community and the mailing list. Now, people often discuss new features or ideas on all kinds of places, like Reddit, Mastodon, like all kinds of Matrix IRC chats, even on meetups, some non-English language. That's very nice that we have this community, but not all the ideas are visible to the developers. So I do wish that the most important things that people want to see should end up on the mailing list one way or another. And I will later talk about some ideas how I think it can be done. And another part is we have org wiki, and I hope that we can make it more centralized space for interesting org mod articles, for tutorials, for blog posts, at least linked to blog posts. So if you have some idea about good blog posts, it would be nice if you submit a patch to work, or at least email about this link to the mailing list. Of course, not everyone likes to use mailing lists, or don't have a good setup to do it, or even don't want to read everything on our mailing list, because there are things like bug reports, people don't really want to see that. So Bastian actually developed a tool that can help with this. So if you want to monitor org mailing list, but want to see only the most important discussions, and maybe participate if you decide to, you don't have to register. We have Woof, which is basically a web page that monitors org mailing lists, but not every email. Does the most important announcements, some blog-like posts, or feature requests, or some discussions. And then on this webpage, you can see it as HTML, or you can subscribe as RSS, or even download in org or MD format, markdown formats. Thanks to Sat at there are also weekly news about Emacs in general, but org mods as well. It also includes the new features in org mode on the development branch and the interesting new blog posts and discussions on various like Reddit forums or mailing lists everywhere. I did a little bit of experimental integration so that mailing lists can also be read kind of announced on the chats. So, for example, in org mode metrics room, we have a bot that connects to Woof RSS so that all the news and discussions are notified in the chat, so that people can see if they're interested and maybe hopefully participate. I wish we could also have similar kind of bots for Reddit, Mastodon, and maybe IRC. That way, we have mailing lists connected to the more active and like more modern forums and chats. So more people are exposed to what is happening. Another part is that we actually have a web interface to org mailing list, and you can even reply from there, but it's not always obvious, unfortunately. We have the public inbox software to transform the mailing list into HTML pages. And that's a decent interface, but it could be improved to look more forum-like so that people can easily find the reply button or basically participate without too much effort, even if they are not subscribed or if they are just casually reading. That would be nice if someone knowledgeable of CSS could help with this. Again, I cannot emphasize more that most of the org ideas of the new features are coming from people, but often they are known either by someone submitting a patch to mailing list or submitting an idea to mailing list. And rarely it happens when someone is reading posts from Reddit and then share to the mailing list. So if you think that there is some important idea or discussion happening on in the forum, it would be nice that you can go ahead and share it with org mailing list. And we don't care about this like on topic, off topic, because like Emacs DAO, we don't focus on development. We can discuss some related to org mode topics in org mailing list, just like on an ordinary forum. I would like to end my talk with the call for contributions. Let me explain a little bit, because you saw now I shared many ideas, and I do spend a lot of time on org mode. In fact, like for the last year, I was spending like 30 hours per week or something. Until from recently, I can spend a bit less, but still, even with that much of commitment, there's no way I can handle everything by myself. So we really need more people to contribute so that org mode keeps moving forward. And again, I just shared ideas, but I have so many more. I have more than 1,000 ideas noted down. Yeah, there's no way I can do it myself. So I do need help for new contributions, for new features. If someone can help fixing bugs, it would be really great. If someone knows specialized things like, for example, open document format, which I don't know very well, it would be really nice, because things like ODT expert requires knowing that. And if someone already has the knowledge, it would be much easier if that person can help with such things. Also, in the coming years, it's very important to have regular contributors, because my life is my life and things may happen. So it would be nice to have some kind of backup so that bugs keep being fixed and things like patches being accepted and stuff like that, so that some person can at least temporarily take on my job. Yeah, and I would like to emphasize that the code contributors are the most important contributions for org mode. All the other types are less important, really. So I want to spend a couple of slides trying to motivate you to contribute. If you ever considered contributing, or if you ever wished to have some feature in org mode, really don't wait, because most new features are contributed by people. They are not contributed by me. I contribute few things, but I am alone. I cannot contribute many things. So most of the things are contributed by users who go ahead and submit patches. And even for very commonly requested features, it's usually someone who steps up. So if you want something, don't wait. Just go ahead, write to mailing list. You don't have to submit patch immediately. You can just say, I am interested, and we will start from there. Yeah, we'll start because that's my job, and I will guide you through. If you have problems with org in general, I'll explain because that's what I know. And I will explain how to implement things better, but I need someone to actually do the job and write the code. Even if you don't, if you're not like exactly ELISP, I don't know how you call it. If you don't have 10 years experience with ELISP, it doesn't matter. You can learn on the way. There are many examples of this in the mailing list. When we start slowly, fix things one by one, and eventually arrive to a good code, even if the person is not experienced. You just need to be ready to learn things, spend your free time, that's as usual, right? And have the interest in specific thing you are contributing. Don't be afraid to be wrong. I will be there to assist. If you don't like emails, if you don't like patches, it doesn't matter. Again, you can share GitHub link, it's okay. You can go and modify some work file directly, you submit the modified version. It's also okay. It's easy for me to create patches if I need to. If you don't like emails at all, you don't want to participate in the mailing list, it's not ideal, but I can still work with this. I am on IRC, I am on Matrix, you can ping me, it's entire 92. We also have monthly meetup, so you can go and ask by voice, we can just talk in person, discuss your ideas, it's also fine. So the key point is that we always welcome new contributors. The more contributions to org mode is better. To increase the motivation, I just try to show some benefits of contributing to org mode and free software in general. It can be actually useful for your CV if you are a programmer. It doesn't matter that it is Lisp, because like you can have a pet project that demonstrates your skills, that you can finish something to a usable state. Maybe but a pet project usually demonstrates that you can work alone, but it doesn't demonstrate anything about you work in a team, in the production team. But when you contribute to Libre software, look, you will work with a number of people who contribute and comment on your work. You'll have to learn the new code base. You will have to follow certain standards. And all these things, by having a public record of contribution, will be a valid point that prove your knowledge in your CV. I put a small time from Rudolf Adamowicz, who is describing these 3 points in probably more expressful way. Yeah. Another benefit is you can actually get money from this. Thanks to a number of org mode users who kindly contribute to org development, we have some amount of money coming in, and we don't hold on this money. If we get another person who contributes to org regularly, we are happy to share this money, because we do know that getting some extra money, even a little bit, does improve motivation. So we are really ready to share this. So if you are serious about contributing, you can just request this, and we can share a part of the donations to you. For non-programmers, we also have a lot of work to do. There's a lot of stuff we can do on the work wiki, especially with CSS styles, with improve, like updating articles with adding links to tutorials or even writing tutorials about org mode. It would be nice to have more screen casts. It would be nice to improve org manual because that's the most difficult part for me because I'm too familiar with the code. But writing the manual when you know things internally is very hard. I just know too many things. I can assume that people know too much, that the new users have no idea about certain things. And I can just omit those without being aware. And the final slide is that I would go to come back about donations. So again, most important is contributing code, but I do hope that donations can increase the number of contributors. I don't know. I know for sure because some people like Timothy, who is participating in this, he did find the donations helpful, especially for more boring tasks like bug fixing and to move things when over the long time. So if you cannot contribute by other means, it would be appreciated to contribute money. And we came to the end of my talk, and thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I think we can even discuss further during the next org meetup in the coming week. So there, if you have more detailed questions, we can continue discussing apart from what happens after this presentation.
And I believe we are live. Okay, hi again, Hill. How are you doing?
Ready to answer questions, right?
Yes, ready
Yes.
to answer questions and all this. I mean, ready for everything. It's not just a question; it's the maintenance that is now lying in front of you. So,
oh, that's not only today.
I mean, it's a rare thing indeed because you might not be able to see it on BBB. I'm checking in, but we've got ER obviously, but we also have Bastien and also Karsten in the room. So we have 3 maintainers of org mode right there in the room to answer all your questions. So it's a rare occasion, and I invite all of you to seize the day on this. ER, do you have anything maybe to say before we start moving into the questions?
Well, I hope that I said everything I wanted. Hello, Bastian. During the presentation. Well, actually, I can say a lot more, like infinitely, because when I first recorded it, was like 1 hour. So yeah.
I mean, you did I'll just let you know, you did a fine job condensing everything in just 40 minutes. So congratulations on this.
Yeah, usually 1 minute per slide is the best way. Otherwise, it's something that's wrong with this presentation.
Right. So just moving into the question, and by the way, we've got 20 minutes. We might be able to chat a little more. If Bastien wants to say something as well, and Karsten, feel free to intervene at any point during the questions if you've got anything to contribute, or our voice will just shoot the breeze later on. So the first question is relating to something you said about 10.34 that might speak more to you than to me. Is the track changes item about the org element parser?
Yes. The track changes is a new library that helps to receive changes in buffers incrementally. So like you can, it has API where you can request what changes happened in buffer since last request, chunk by chunk. And in org mode, in org element parser, we do pretty much the same thing, but using timers. So the track changes library should improve things first because it's a bit faster because we don't need to handle every single change, and track changes can agglomerate changes into chunks much more efficiently. And second, it's the built-in library, so it's a good idea to use built-in library when there is such an option instead of rolling out our own implementation.
Definitely. Moving on to the second question, although I'm not sure it refers well that much to what you can do. Could you please keep ISE alive? And I prefer it to matrix. I mean, you did talk about ISE, right? But did we talk about phasing it out?
So I try to be live on IRC, but I use mobile client for IRC to keep connected. So I usually connected. I usually see messages, except certain times when I don't have mobile internet.
Right, okay, that's why many people will tell you you need a bouncer and all this, but the ISE crowd is very loud. Anything else you
I
want to say
just
on this?
don't know good bouncer. Yeah, so
Right.
I don't have a good setup for bouncer.
Okay.
If someone can recommend, I will be happy to follow.
Personally, I use WeChat usually to stay connected to. It's obviously a client for IRC, but it also allows you to, you can keep it as a bouncer, but it's not in Emacs. It
No,
is.
I mean,
Perhaps
I don't have computer that is running 24 hours, so
yeah. I mean, that's the
WeChat
thing.
doesn't
I do have a
work.
server to run it off. All right, moving
That's
on to
why I say
the third
mobile,
question.
because that is what is running 24 hours.
Right. Okay. All right. Moving on to the third question. Is there any plan for adding support for other modalities of note like handwritten, audio, and etc.? Would that be interesting to the community? It will definitely be useful for me.
Okay, so this is not the idea I hear frequently. So there's no plan for such thing. Modalities of notes like handwritten audio. I think John Kitchen did some handwritten note
I think
helper
so too, yeah.
functions. John Kitchen, yeah. And for audio, I think as well. So basically, you can use attachments. You can use images to paste. I think John Kitchen even used a Tesseract to automatically recognize notes. I think the previous speaker was talking about Whisper to recognize voice, right? Otherwise, there is no special workflow, and I'm not even sure what we can do to support this workflow specifically.
Yeah, it definitely feels like org-mode is a good format for textual stuff, and a lot of things is textual. I mean, that's the whole philosophy behind Emacs. But when it comes to voice, it feels like it's. I think the person asking the question probably need to specify what they mean by voice. Is it just raw note taking, as Blaine mentioned in the previous talk, or is it something else? Feel free to add up to the question, and we'll return to it later on.
Sure.
This is Carsten speaking. I think this is kind of related to drag and drop, right? Isn't it? I think you would like to be able to have an audio file and drop it in and have it translated to text. I think that could be an interesting API to do this, right? So that you integrate it into something like drag and drop.
Drag and drop is supported since org 9.7. So we have this already.
But I believe what Carsten is alluring to is the fact that not just for pictures, but imagine if you were bringing in an audio file, maybe you could, I mean, I'm not sure it would work with Whisper, but transcribing it in a way and inserting it as text, although I'm not sure how we would be able to do this. But it's an interesting idea, though.
It can work if you write some kind of automatic speech recognition. It's not really a job for org. If you have some library that can transform audio to text or transform image to text in Lisp, then we can happily use that library.
Definitely, but I can tell you that Whisper is not something that works very quickly. We do use Whisper AI to transcribe some of the talks that we broadcast during EmacsConf, and I can tell you it takes a fair while. If you have a video that lasts 1 minute, it's definitely going to take more than 1 minute to try to transcribe the video.
That's where
we had to wait for a few years until there's a faster way.
Probably, but it's good to have the ID now so that we are ready eventually to do this.
There is the new asynchronous IP. It's called org pending. It's work in progress, and that basically allows to defer inserting text into org buffers until later. And while it's being worked on, it will basically highlight the place where it will be inserted, and you can click on it, see the progress and stuff like that. So
Sure.
if this is for Babel, but I imagine for things like voice recognition, it can also work, as long as it doesn't take hours.
All right. Eyal, what I suggest we do, we're going to field the 2 questions that we have now, and then it'd be nice if we could hear a word from Bastien and from Carsten as well, because it's rare to have all of you 3 in a room, and it'd be nice maybe to chat a little bit about this. So quickly, with the last 2 questions. With regards to IETF standardization, have you looked at Carl Voigt's org down?
So, of course, there was a discussion on the mailing list. And there was a lot of pushback to this idea, especially to simplifying the syntax. So in short, the conclusion from there is we want the full syntax. We don't want to have things like different versions of org mode. But for the syntax, we may specify different like coverage. So for example, it's a minimal support, so people can, there's some parsers or apps can support just whatever Carl calls org down, like level 0, level 1, or whatever. But the key point is when it goes to IETF, we want to have the full syntax. We don't want to split it into pieces which are independent.
Makes a lot of sense. All right, and the last question we have for now. About a year ago, we discussed switching new documentation from TechInfo to org. Do you still consider this?
It definitely contributed to some of the ideas about syntax. For example, the inline special blocks, I think about them with this in mind, so basically one clear thing, we don't want to complicate org syntax. We don't want to have special built-in support for variable or, I don't know, function name or all this kind of specific markup. But instead, the idea is to have some generic custom syntax. And then when it goes to software manuals, we want some like optional library that will provide certain syntax extensions, like inline special block for variables, inline special block for acronym and stuff like that. Then people who want to use org mode for manuals should be able to use that new markup to achieve what they want. That's a distant idea. But the key point is we want to keep org mode as generic syntax. We don't want to specialize it for software specifically. But generic in the sense that it can be used for software as well.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your answer here, and that was very enlightening. But I'd first like to give the mic to Bastien, who might need to leave shortly, and I just want to make sure that you get to chat a little bit, Bastien, because it's a big thing. We've had you as a maintainer for however long now?
Well, officially it was 14 years, but obviously Ihor has been doing much of the groundwork as a de facto maintainer for several years now, I believe for 3 or 4 years. And before Ihor, there was Nicolas Goaziu doing a lot of work, also Kyle Meyer, who is still active, backporting Emacs changes. So it's been it's a relief that we can do things properly, that I didn't gave up before someone could really step up. I'm glad we're doing this, and I'm glad there was so much help during the time when I was not available enough.
Well, thank you, Bastien. I think on behalf of the community, I think I'd like to extend a big thank you for all the work you've done throughout those 14 years. And if we pull the rope just a little more, before those 14 years, we had someone else maintaining org mode. Well, not actually just maintaining org mode, but also inventing it. Carsten, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing fine. A really great opportunity to be here. First, I would like to start by indeed thanking Bastien, because I mean he was not only maintainer after I stopped, but already during the time I was there, he was one of the key contributors who helped the project along for quite a bit. So it's an incredible investment of time and energy that Bastian has shown, which is really fantastic. And now I see Ihor taking over with, as far as I can see, deep knowledge and all the right ideas about philosophy. So I'm really impressed. For me, this is really totally amazing because I started hacking this more than 20 years ago. And to just see that there's a community that has sustained itself with the help of new maintainers for such a long time makes me extremely grateful. So thank you very much to all of you.
Okay, well, amazing. I mean, I'm a little flustered, I must admit, because I'm seeing three pillars of the community in a way that have kept me busy with very fun stuff to do with org mode, and it's really amazing to, well, to see three giants of the community we've been able to maintain org mode for so long and contribute so much to it. So again, thanks to all of you three. I must also admit that it's really amazing for me that all of you three stress the importance of the community a whole lot. And I know that, Bastien, you've talked about maintaining software last year at EmacsConf, and even today, during the 1 minute little chat that you did in Eor's chat, you stress the importance of maintenance and to be future oriented about it. I'm kind of wondering, why do you think community is so important to org mode in general? Like, obviously we've talked about maintainers and we've talked about volunteers, but don't you think there's something more about community in general, about org mode, and the fact that we are all taking notes and doing so much with it?
Yeah, are you asking me?
I mean, I'm asking, it's an open question. I was go on, please.
Okay. No, I remember Carsten made his point during the Google talk about the core idea of org mode, about mixing note-taking and to-do manager. It was really powerful. And also in the same presentation that 98% of the features were organically developed as ideas by the community. And Ihor just said the same today in the presentation. Like, most of the features, not only the ideas, but also the code came from the communities. So that's why the community is so rich. And another thing is also that I do remember now everyone is having kind of an open source fatigue and questions about how is it okay to be maintainer? How do you keep open source project sustainable? And I'm saying open source on purpose with this audience to see beyond just the small GNU project and the small free software community. So at large, there is some sense of fatigue. And I remember that the org community, right from the beginning, had a reputation of being an amazing community. And I think it was, it continues to be one. And I'm amazed that sometimes when I have this fatigue of moderating emails from the mailing list, for example, and filtering out spam. And then I go on the list and I read some emails and I feel like, okay, this is still there. And it's really a boost of energy. I wish this reputation outside org mode, outside Emacs, of being a nice, welcoming community of knowledgeable people talking of things and learning from each other, that we can keep up with this pace.
Yeah, maybe if I can just add to this, I think you're making an extremely important point, Bastian. I think that was really, from the beginning, something that was really special. And I think the reason why the org community still works is that first me, but in particular also the two of you and more people have been able to keep up the friendly spirit in this community, because we had very few fights on the mailing list. There were a few at some point. We had a few contributors with a little bit of fights, and I remember that I, for example, had to invest a lot of time to keep that one under control. But I think it was totally worth it, because as a group, as a whole, I think it was really fantastic how friendly people always were, and I think that has spurred all the contributions that we had. Because if you're in a toxic environment, you will not be willing to stay and to invest all that time. And if you're in an appreciative environment where people support each other, it's a completely different game. So I really think that org mode is a a great example for open source projects that many other communities can learn from.
Well,
I personally feel
sorry.
that.
If I may just interject for a second, because we need to go into the next chat for the live stream. But as usual, I invite you, if you're interested with the discussion, we are staying on BBB, asking questions to Bastien, to Ior, and to Carsten. So feel free to join on BBB and chat with them live. The stream will be moving on to the next chat, but we will be recording the Q&A and posting it afterwards on EmacsConf. So I'll use the opportunity to thank you again, all three, for taking part in this EmacsConf. And enjoy the discussion, and we'll see you later.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So, what I was starting to say actually is I feel that...
Next, we have Color Your Emacs with Ease by Ryota. He will answer questions via web conference. You can join using the URL from the talk page or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC.
Hi EmacsConf. This is Color Your Emacs with Ease. I'm Ryota Sawada, and today's agenda is start with a brief introduction. I will be talking about colors quite a bit. What colors do you like? Color spaces and some packages such as color.el, city.el. I'll be touching on a theme called Hasselberg theme, which I created before wrapping up the talk. So a quick introduction about the talk. The slide is available as an org mode file at Codeberg, and if you're looking at it from org mode, you probably want to have rainbow mode turned on for the best viewing, and this is the case with the presentation today. I'm Ryota Sawada, and I'm available at RYT-SWD at usual places. So, what color do you like? And you might be able to tell I like orange, and that's the color that I use often. And Emacs gives me all the control I want, so naturally I wanted to make it aesthetically pleasing to my taste, which meant that I would like to have a dark theme, subtle theme with orange as a main accent color, but not too orange, so not everything very orange. Maybe use another bluish color as another accent. Note that this presentation is based on the Hasselberg theme, more on that later. But when I started my Emacs journey, I didn't start with creating a new theme from get-go. I started with a theme called Nova theme. I really liked it. I made a few tweaks around org mode and headings so that they were a bit more geared towards my liking, which was around orange being sprinkled across. And I got to it very nice looking and I really liked it. But when I started a lot of coding tasks with it, I kind of realized one thing, that it was very colorful and in a way distracting. And it actually wasn't about Nova Theme's fault. It was just many editors, including Emacs and VS Code and other editors and modern themes, are filled with colors. Let's have a look. At the top left, you can see Nova theme with a bit of a pale greenish background with a few colors. So purple, pink, blue, green. You can see some colors like that with Nova theme. Nice looking colors, but still colorful. Modus Vivendi tinted, bottom left, is also very nice looking modern theme, but quite colorful. The same can be said for EF themes. Owl edition top right and Doob one as another bottom right. So that led me to think, how can I make my code editing and coding tasks not too distracting and I can focus on writing code? And that was something that I could manage with org mode, where I just specifically basically used orange shades and not too much more. That's what you're seeing at the moment. And wanted to do something similar with coding and any general code. And that led me to the journey of creating my own theme. But before going to the theme, I need to talk about color spaces. So sRGB, standard RGB, is probably something that many people are familiar with. HSL is for hue, saturation, lightness. LCH is for luminance, light or lightness, chroma, and hue. And those are the color spaces probably commonly used in various spaces. But when it comes to perceptual uniformity, there is an important difference between the color spaces. So human perception of color is not very straightforward. And we can see in the reference here. Let's have a look. At the top, you can see the shade coming from left green to the right blue. And in the top image, you can see half of it, perhaps, is very similar green color. And then when it comes to blue, you can see more of the different color gradients coming into play. The bottom color space is based on the perceptually uniform color space, which gives us a bit more evenly distributed color gradient, which will be something more suitable for deciding on the theme setup and the color setup, where you can have various themes that are defined for human perceptions. So perceptual uniformity is important, and for that it is important to mention about CIE, or International Commission of Illumination in English, and they created important color spaces called CIE XYZ, which was from 1931, CIE Lab LAB, and LUV Lab 1976 respectively, and those are the color spaces used in various fields and industries and still relevant, and there is quite a bit that you can read up on. I'm not a color expert, so have some references here, but the TLDR of all of that is consider using LCH variants over RGB or HSL for better perceptual uniformity, and specifically CIE lab based LCH, which is often called lab LCH or just LCH. CIE love based LCH is called love LCH, and there is a new rather modern LCH setup called OK LCH, which is based on OK lab. So those are the color spaces that are worth looking at when it comes to creating shades. And how do you create shades? Color.el and CT.el are great solutions. You can create shades and different colors based on RGB and hex. And you can see in the red example here, FF0000 is a bright red, and you can darken it by providing less red values by like CC or 88, and you can see that the colors are slightly darker than the FF0000. But what if you're working with the complex colors such as FBB151, this particular orange? And that's where color.el, CT.el come into play. Color.el is a built-in package in Emacs, so you can use it by just requiring it, and color darken name, and providing the color with hex value with 40% gives you a darker orange without doing too much of a color computation by hand. And this hex value is something that Emacs understands, and rainbow mode does as well. And when it comes to CT.el, it's not a built-in solution, but it's more versatile, and it works with various color spaces. So you can see that CT edit HSL lightness decrease by 40%. I would give us a darker color by 40%. And we can also use LCH variant, which can use the LCH color spaces for darkening the color. This results in slightly different colors for this particular orange, but if you're working with the green or blue or some other colors, it might be worth looking at LCH variant rather than other color spaces. With that, let's have a look at Hasselberg theme. This is a theme that I created personally, and the name is based on the Swiss Alps, and with the following ideas in mind. It focuses on setting up shades, and shades, by that you can see how the top of the heading here is a bright orange color, and other orange colors, this heading and this heading, are based on the top orange color and then giving some shade and the luminance adjustment essentially. It follows a pattern from web design, and Tailwind color shades are a great example that you can find if you have a look. And it does not use ct.el, as it aims to be fully dependency free and does not consider color contrast for accessibility. This is because it's personal and I don't have that particular need. This is based on LoveLCH rather than LabLCH, and that's another reason why I didn't use ct.el, and it is highly experimental. But the code is available at Codeberg and GitHub just for your reference. So let's see Hasselberg theme in action. So this is the theme that we were looking at for org mode as well, but for the code, in this case eLisp. And you can see that the color is mostly white and blue with orange sprinkled across for string input. And you can see some pink showing up as well, but essentially all the color setup is done by shades. So most of it is based on white or neutral, and there will be lighter and darker variants that can be set for the primary color of blue, and you can see the darker and bright and lighter colors being used. And with that shade setup, I only have to provide a few colors as the base colors, and from there I can define the shades for the theme setup, which leads to creating a more monotonic color setup, where this one is a very monotonic, very subtle difference of white colors used for the base colors, and I don't have to make too many changes to the color setup. I just have to provide the base colors that are different. The same can be said for this orange, very orange color theme, which is based on the base colors of orange-like colors and gives the shade of various different setup. And this means that I can use Hasselberg theme nature color palette, and that gives me more of a green-based color where all the base colors are set up with a greenish color setup. With that, I would like to wrap up with a few ideas. When adjusting themes and working with colors, maybe consider using CIE Lab, CIE Love, or OKLab based color spaces that would give you different shades which are easier to work with for human perceptions. Color.el and ct.el can be a great tool for making shades and working with color spaces, and Hasselberg theme is yet another theme, highly personal and experimental, but could be an inspiration for your theme journey. With that, why not sprinkle your Emacs with your favorite colors? Thank you.
Okay, I believe we are live. Hi, Ryota. How are you doing?
I'm alright, how are you?
I'm doing it as well. It's the last talk of the morning, so I'm, well, morning for the rest of the world in the US, but not for me. But I'm looking forward to eating, and I'm also glad that it's the last talk of the morning, because it's always intense to run EmacsConf, and especially when we need to organize everything for the previous talk. But anyway, right now we are talking about your talk. Well, first question, did you have anything else to add on your presentation? Because for the people who do not know, we tend to be pretty strict about the time we give speakers to chat, because, well, we have so many people submitting presentation and we only have 2 days to squeeze everything. So Ryota, do you have anything else to add that perhaps couldn't fit in your presentation?
Trying to think, but I think the main bit was that I started my Emacs journey with org mode and kind of note taking, and that meant that it wasn't too difficult to get started with. But when I started more on the coding side, because I'm a software engineer, on the day job, that kind of got me to think that the colors and how themes look, how Emacs looks, was affecting, and that's how it kind of came to the picture. So I could have kind of gone into a little bit more coding side of things, but yeah, I didn't want to stress too much on the talk. So that's why I kind of stuck to a very small bits of org mode and eLisp, and yeah, I think that's how it came about.
Yeah, but that's perfectly fine. We have that's one of the chief reason why we have two tracks for EmacsConf, and we've had those for the last 4 years. I think it's because we have a general track, which is more geared towards people who want a generally people who are highly interested into org mode and not necessarily into coding, but just to whet their appetite to what can be done. And on the dev track, we have. Well, this year we have talked about Rust and about other fancy thing that people can do with Emacs, but I'm also a software engineer. We do this all the time. Sometimes it's just fine to just chat about colors and just the result of what we develop rather than how the sausage is made. So that's completely fine too. I'm not sure if you mentioned it in your presentation, but why color out of all the things you could be writing on your setup? Why were you so interested about the colors?
I think it was just that mainly that I had to do a lot of context switch between different languages. eLisp was not the one, because eLisp is something that I would do for Emacs editing, but for day job I had to use mainly Go, as I work with Kubernetes quite a bit. So Go, and also web languages like TypeScript, JavaScript, those languages, where I
Right.
felt that whenever I was switching context to a different language, I felt that it's kind of annoying to see all the different colors in languages like TypeScript, where VS Code way will be very full of colors, which I felt that, okay, like, why do I have to have that many different colors on let and constant, or the keywords, where it could be just a white text? It didn't have to be that colorful. So that was the most annoying bit when it came to context switching, and I felt that just didn't happen with org mode or writing in general. So I had to find a way to make it work, make more coding, make my coding more kind of friendly to me. And that's when I thought maybe just the colors are something that's bothering me, and it actually was the case. And that's how I got to more into the color kind of journey, and got too much into it, I guess.
Right. And was it what eventually motivated you to learn eLisp and to get into the Emacs core? Because it's funny how you find plenty of people using Emacs in org mode, and then they find something that they take particular issue with. For you, it's the color. And then they just go all in, trying to pull the rope as far as they can to try to understand as much as possible about what code is managing this part of the application. Like for you, it was color. For me, it was the org agenda. I desperately wanted to make org agenda do something that it wasn't able to do. And 5 years, well, actually, no, 10 years later, I find myself hosting EmacsConf. So you never know just how far you're going to be pulling this rope. So it's really interesting for me that, color was this. But back to the question, is this what eventually motivated you to get into eLisp and the core of Emacs?
I think that the original journey to move to Emacs was around key bindings that I got annoyed with other solutions, not just, not speaking of Emacs key binding or anything, like anything in general. The main reason was that I used Dvorak keyboard layout, and that meant that
Right.
all the Control-C, Control-V, Control-P, whatever, it just is all over the place. So I had to find something that could work for me, and Emacs was a solution that allowed me to do anything. And that's the kind of the journey that it originally started. And from there, started the tweaking org mode and writing experience to be tuned to my liking. Color was another thing that I thought, okay, maybe I could do it easily with org mode. And when I started to use more of the coding side of things on Emacs, I felt that, okay, that was something I needed to solve. So eLisp was always kind of just a toolkit that, I knew that it was available. I knew that it would be something that I want to be able to use. So I think in a way, color was a good segue to understand how I can kind of work out more of a complex logic with the editor without having to write JavaScript or things that I don't particularly like. So yeah, I think the journey around the functional languages, functional kind of programming, was always something that I was keen about. And yeah, the whole journey kind of made sense for me. And then moving on to the color was just one way to get more involved in. So I can totally see this journey kind of making to a little bit different angle. But yeah, we shall see how that really turns out. But for now, I think I'm happy with the color setup. Now I can really focus on the coding.
Well, that's all good, and I'm sure plenty of people listening to you now, find this relatable. How they eventually got into programming. Like for you, you did say that you were a software engineer now, but I found plenty of people, especially during workshops, that just started, their software engineering journey just with Emacs, and they just realized they were doing something completely different. Like I was studying humanities, but then you touch Emacs and you realize, yeah, this whole programming shtick is actually pretty damn cool. And then you find yourself again 5 to 10 years later becoming a software engineer. So yeah, that's all good. So we do have a couple of questions, and I'd like to move into them so that I mean, people have questions, and for me, it's okay for me to chat with you, but obviously it's better if people ask you the question themselves. And again, if you want to ask questions to Ryota directly, feel free to join us on BBB, and whenever we're done with the questions on the pad, I'm more than happy to let you ask your questions live. All right, so starting with the first question. Is there any intention to create a library for working with more experimental color spaces, pulling code out of Alslyberg for this purpose, perhaps? Although I do not know Alslyberg, you might.
Yeah, Hasselberg. And to answer the question, I started the journey just for myself, and I didn't think that it would be actually useful for other use cases. And this conference talk just came about kind of out of a sheer luck, really. So the idea, I think I can definitely work it out, and I don't think there will be too. The original code that I started with was I had to use some color space, and I started with sRGB, and then went to HSL, and then went to LCH. So I think there has been quite a bit that I learned from it. At the same time, I may be tempted to actually maybe perhaps contribute back to ct.el rather than creating my own. I think that would make more sense perhaps. But for my own kind of taste, that I thought that it would be something I can work out in my team, but I don't have any. I think making it a library is definitely something that I can think about. But perhaps maybe making it too many packages isn't exactly what I want. But for my own use case, I think I just wanted to have something that just didn't have any external dependency, so that I can use the vanilla Emacs with my colors. I think that's how it started, but I'm definitely up for it if there is interest about it.
Yeah, well, thank you for this. It's always good to contribute. I'm tempted to say that's how they get you. You do something really cool and you share it with people, and they have the they they just ask you, "Oh, do you have your code online?" And you realize, "No, I haven't pushed it." And then they start pressing you on. "Well, you need to do this. This is amazing, and you need to share it." That I had plenty of people ask me to share my dot files when I was tackling the org agenda issue that I mentioned earlier. And yeah, eventually when you get to publishing your stuff, you also feel great, because you're putting a little bit of your intelligence into the world, and it can be the start of the journey for someone else. Maybe someone will find your color library at some point and realize, yeah, I wanted to do something slightly differently, and then they either contribute to your library or they make their own. But it's a complete journey that starts with just people taking the time to publish the content of the brain, basically.
Yeah, that's the power of open source, no? It's just how we really appreciate the open source culture being cultivated throughout so many years. And yeah, this is something that I'm definitely keen about. So yeah, open for suggestions, and exactly that's how I started with the journey. And yeah, while this is very experimental and very personal, yeah, I'm not, tied down to one particular way only. So yeah, we'll be open to suggestions like this one, which I would definitely think about.
Yeah, that's amazing. And just to be clear, this is not there's no incentive. I'm not pushing you to publish your library. You do you. It was very personal for you, and at the end, if you believe it might be useful for others, it's a nice thing to eventually think about publishing it. But just the fact that you showed up at EmacsConf. Sorry, I'm starting to lose my voice on the morning of the first day. That's not boding well for the two next days. I mean, just one day. But just the fact that you're showing up at EmacsConf and sharing about all of this, the process, how you got to it eventually, it's also a part of sharing. And I think it's also amazing in its own way.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to try to read the next question and then try to cough a little bit. So can we have
Hi,
dark as well as light
Leo.
theme
Sorry to
variations
interrupt
of my
you.
favorite theme? Oh, sorry, Bala. Sorry.
I was the one who asked the question. I thought I could ask it live here rather than
Thank you. I'll go cough a little
do it
bit.
via
Then.
question. So here I am. Thanks, Ryota, for the nice talk. This is great. I loved it. Your attention to detail was awesome. So I was just looking at the code and I was wondering, do you have a dark and a light theme variation which can be made from your theme? Or do you have to customize it every time? That was my question. And thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your feedback and question. So to answer the question, the short answer is that I do have both dark and light themes with some sorts of standard colors that I personally liked. And there were a few things that I showed in the demo where I showed, I think, 3 different dark theme colors. So light theme is definitely something that I can do. And the idea around Hasselberg theme and just my theming in general was that when I feel like I want to work in dark theme and when I want to work in the standard way, I would just use the standard color. But when I feel like maybe it's just so cold that I want to have a bit of a warm colors near me, I would use the orange theme without changing too much of the kind of general feeling and experience. So that can be said for the light theme as well. So there is something, and the kind of customization isn't that difficult to extend. So I do have both dark and light, but primarily I'm just looking at the dark theme as my main driver. But yeah, they are both available.
Great. Thank you so much. I will definitely try your theme out. I'm definitely on the lookout for a nice, friendly theme.
Thank you very much. This is, as I said, this is a personal theme. I'm not sure if it really fits everyone's need, but it is one inspiration that I hope that can lead to another nice theming that could work for, someone specifically for some use cases. I don't have to solve everyone's problem.
Yeah, I mean, it was sufficient to be inspirational to people. I mean, just Bala just mentioned it right now, but I'm sure plenty of people who watched live, but also people who will be watching in the future, will have their interest piqued by what you've done. So thank you again so much for this.
Yep.
All right. Well, I don't see any further questions, so I suggest we move towards closure. Ryota, do you have any last words?
No, I don't. So yeah, thank you very much for attending, and it was great fun putting this together. And I really didn't think that I would be talking about my personal colors and personal favorites, like orange being my favorite color. This wouldn't be something that I would say out in any conference, to be honest. But it just came out to be, and happy that I had a chance. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk in this amazing conference. And yeah, I can't just wait to check out other talks, which I know that there isn't other talks that are happening right now. I was actually wanted to join that and check that out, so I will probably do that right now.
Well, sure. Well, I won't hold you any longer then. But thank you. It's for me, it was just amazing to generally when you ask someone what's their favorite color, they just tell you orange or blue, whatever. They don't go then to chat about 20 minutes about their favorite color and how they tuned their entire editor to work exactly around their favorite colors. So it was inspiring, and I also want to try it out, frankly, because my theme has been utterly bad for the last 5 years, and I need some change into my life. All right, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, everyone. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
I'd like to present to you my newly made Absolute Guide to Emacs video. It's around 1.5 years long. I can send it to you via FTP. So, Emacs, huh? Sure, let me just put on the fireplace. So yeah, Emacs. If you make a change to your text and decide that it was a mistake, Emacs got you covered.
Yeah, all text editors do that.
My friend, let me tell you, but Emacs is not a text editor. Emacs is not that hard. You can learn Emacs in one day, every day. How do I write my blog posts? Emacs. How do I do my project management? Emacs. DNA sequencing? Emacs. Perl monks? Emacs. Taxes? Emacs. Emacs? Emacs.
Really? The RS has an Emacs package?
No. I have to mail the text form. But how do I do my mails? Emacs. The normal way to do it in Emacs? There's no normal way to do it in Emacs. Emacs is fully customizable. Emacs is a fully hackable system. But you know why Emacs is different from other editors, right? Well, Emacs runs in an interpreter. With Jupyter, you're modifying the state of the program. With Emacs, you're modifying the state of the art. The state of the editor. Emacs will never die. Saying Emacs will die is like saying Turing Complete will die. 2 words. Org mode. I used to spend hours trying to get the image on the right page. Now I use org mode LaTeX and just accept that it's impossible. I have been using eLisp for 35 years and have recently been diagnosed with parentheses paralysis. I've also been diagnosed with severe hostility towards Vim users. But that's not a real disease, of course. The real disease is Vim. Is Emacs more powerful than Vim? Emacs is more powerful than any OS. I don't have an ego. Killed that buffer a long time ago. Emacs reduces anxiety. Emacs cured my autism. I spend more time customizing my computer than actually using it. It keeps crashing. Emacs is like an instrument. You play it in different major, minor, Doria modes. Let me show you my major modes. Just what I like to do in my free time, you know. I don't use evil mode. I use crazy mode. I can even use maps in Emacs. Porcelain is the perfect GUI for Git. I check my weather in Emacs. Yesterday my nephew brought me a Nintendo. I said, how can I control this with Emacs? My humor runs in Emacs. I have a very strong pinky finger. I even train my AI in Emacs. Emacs makes you better at terminal at the same time. Although you probably will never have to use the terminal because you can do everything in Emacs. I mean, we could do everything if you want. Emacs is a fully hackable.
How do you copy in Emacs?
Well, now that's a trap question. People ask, what language do bilingual people think in? A lot of people say it's a mix of both languages. But based on sufficient experience, I can tell you that that's not true. I think strictly in eLisp.
Yeah, maybe I will check out eLisp.
What do you mean, maybe? Look, I don't really have the time to play Tetris. Gotta work on that config. Emacs is a part-time job. Yeah, let me teach you. Although you should first read the tutorial. Yeah, I recommend learning vanilla Emacs first for a few years. Default behaviors only undo, no redo. You control undo, the undo. Emacs. So you just press Control X, Control U, K, Meta J, Meta U, 41. But by the way, there's a bug in this, so you need to type create a cursor, create another cursor, create another cursor, select the word, and change it to, I don't know.
Oh, I see. So you're gonna treat this like a text buffer?
I treat my whole life like a text buffer. Yeah, but I don't code in Emacs.
What do you do?
I just read papers. Although mainly I blog about exotic plants. I recently found myself switching between VS Code and Emacs. Pumping so much money into it unfortunately made it better. But I will always use Magit though. Magit. Lex Friedman doesn't use Emacs anymore? Where's my death note? How to make toasters more like Emacs? Now let me go and spend some time bullying non-Emacs users on the internet. I use the U browser, of course. Well, this guy's some good knowledge, some good electromechanics. Oh, an image. Vim is for dark people. Emacs is for the enlightened. Yeah, I fought in the Vim Emacs wars. My computer actually boots into Emacs. Actually, it's not just Emacs, it's a few borrowed components from Genera. But it's all Lisp based. And it's astonishingly slow. Look at how little memory my computer got. Now look at it. Regardless of how you configure Emacs, Control H is what unites all Emacs users. Space Max? What are you, 5? We use Hyperspace Max. Control X, Control K, Meta H, 42. Yeah, this is a good old plastic. Only in Emacs you can set bookmarks to jump in between text. What did I? Oh no. hold on. Oh, hold on. Redo. Oh, hold on. So you can just run. Oh, hold on. Let's go. With Emacs, you will never have your heart broken again because the editor you love and its developer just fold up and leave you with a useless piece.
How long would it take you to learn it all?
Okay, so if eLisp is as powerful as the universe, and the universe was created in plus minus billions of years, that would be billions of years. I work only part-time.
Wait, what do you do full-time?
Emacs is a part-time job.
Are you ready for lunch?
Yeah, sure. Let me just go into the comment section and tell people they should use Emacs. Nah, I'll bully some Vim users. You know, Emacs has a package for that.
Oh. I think Vim has quite a nice tutorial.
I don't remember.
Remember what?
I don't remember asking for your opinion.
Well, there is no best editor. In fact, it's impossible for one to be the best, right?
Yeah, I feel you can leave at this point. You haven't learned anything. Yeah, you can do this in Emacs. I mean, I can't imagine wanting this, but a man's Emacs is his castle. Control X, Control B, you can switch quickly between things.
Yeah, so it's like Control Tab on Mac.
What is Mac? I spent 20 hours on this, but only 5 minutes writing. I hope there's also a package coming up with research papers. By the way, for all of this, we could set key bindings. And you can bind the key binding to shorter key bindings. Where is that in it?
Also, when it crashes, you can recover from the tilde files.
Why would Emacs crash?
ChatGPT might take your job in helping people with Emacs.
No. I'm part of the culture here. Dear diary, today ChatGPT is better at writing eLisp functions than me. But I will always use Magic though.
I noticed you only have the second page of the reference card printed.
Yeah, but I know the other page by heart.
But you don't know the second one. Okay, that sounds pretty unintuitive.
It is intuitive. Look, it works for me, okay? No. Yes. No! Let's see what this does. See, can your IDE do this? Oh, that deletes the region. It doesn't kill it. This is the key on the keyboard usually labeled backspace. The same one you normally use outside Emacs. I don't use anything outside Emacs.
Well, you say you want to start working on it now.
No, I want to keep modding, so it's fun once I start working. You want my Emacs configuration? Look, this is a life of work. One does not simply share his Emacs configuration. This is all personalized to my quirks and misdemeanors. I spent all my life configuring this. Literally, I didn't do anything else than configuring Emacs.
JK, aren't those Vim commands? You're in evil mode? Okay, I see why some software engineers might prefer Emacs.
Software engineer? Who's a software engineer? This is the school of law.
You're a law professor.
No, I'm a Zen monk. The only thing that I do in this department is fixing people's Emacs. I mean, I could probably automate this. Well, let me just write it out real quick. I mean, I could probably do this in a smarter way. Yeah, it's kind of pointless.
Pointless?
It's hard, okay? Well, that's the thing you don't understand. People never quit Emacs. They just die at some point. Yeah, Emacs has a package for that.